from there. So our new program was for 2024.
Exactly that. All these three guys included their jumping for 2024. They certainly set out they had their sights, they aim high, they shoot for the stars, and they've achieved. Well done, guys. Can we see a little bit of something from the marathon? I'm sure now, Sebastian is on the money now, so I'm sure you guys are going to guess what's happening. Anyone over here going to speak to me about the moment here? Can you wave? Can you wave? Come on now, you make your mind, you wave, please. Wow. We've got both of our team leaders here now. Jack and Ashton love an audience, they love a noisy audience, so you're going to speak to me, I can say hello to you. Hello, can you say hello to me? Let's put those chips down. Is that hello, what's your name? Irene. Good? Anything quite dancing good? Yeah? Well, Chris, there we are. So there's the answer to that. We got Jack and Harrison lined up here, guys. You can get your fans ready. Every show, we love to see your pictures and kids love reading your comments. So please, like, follow, share our page, share your pictures. So Jack, there's just a winner of 3 pins. I know Jack only ever has one side.
motorcycle display team packed up around the arena. Next up into the arena, we will be having the volunteer cadet course field gun of the Royal Marines and the Royal Navy cadets. Also, much more to see today than just motorcycles and field guns. There's lots of static displays. Apparently, not only being the 80th anniversary of D-Day, it's also the 60th anniversary of the Ford Mustang. And there are some of those over by the reenactments compound used in Peru. In about 25 minutes time, we'll also have the Royal Navy Raiders parachute display scene on the airfield behind us. That's not one to be missed. And at 2 o'clock, we've also got the Model Boat Society doing a tank display with model tanks, pyrotechnics and smoke tanks. Lots to stay here for. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as the MC there. That's the Royal Navy Royal Marine Volunteer Cadet Corps from HMS Collingwood and HMS Sultan. So these cadets meet twice a week. They undertake all types of military training, drill, very practical, and general Marine training for their whole. They did 2 minutes in this afternoon, we also have in the area the Royal Marine Infantry Vessel, and also recency and campus excellence. field. They just don't want to do the scoring. So they're going to do a slow run for the warm-up. Get them used to the grass. We're going to do a demonstration run. We'll talk through that so you can see what's happening. And then they're going to do a part of the competition there. So just a bit of background about the field goal competition itself. The Royal Navy has a proud tradition, the field goal competition, which originates with a special part in Royal Navy play. Now the Marines, this is what the British Army did before war in 1899. Guns from his Her Majesty's ship powerful and suitable were taken ashore, manhandled, hundreds of miles across different terrains,
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Royal Navy Raiders parachute display for the second day here at Daedalus for D-Day 80 commemorations. For your safety and the safety of our parachutists, I'd like to remind all of you to kindly stay behind the barriers in front of you. Please ensure that all small children and pets also remain behind the barriers. The team today will be using pyrotechnics as part of the display. If you come into contact with the smoke, however unlikely it is perfectly safe and will not cause any harm to you at all. If anyone today snaps some Gucci photos of us jumping in, please do share them on Instagram and tag us at RN Parachute Team. We'd love to see the photos and share them amongst the community. Many of you today may be wondering why the Royal Navy has a parachute display team. Whilst there are limited parachuting roles within the Royal Navy and Royal Marines, the display acts as a spectacular demonstration of teamwork and military skill to engage with you, the public that we serve. All team members are volunteers on the team. This is not our primary role. This is a labour of love that we enjoy doing. Everybody within the team comes from a variety of backgrounds. We have Royal Marines, officers, ratings, and the like. We are a mixed bag of people who all come together to provide fantastic parachute shows for the public just because we love doing it so much. As I'm speaking to you, our aircraft is taxiing. You can see it off in the distance there. Prior to this, our team would have gotten geared up. Everybody would have conducted safety checks to ensure that we were all in the correct orientation to carry out this parachute display. There it is, that's the aircraft taxiing now. What's going to happen now is the aircraft is going to get up into the air and climb to an altitude of 2,000 feet. At that stage, in the intended dropping direction, and we'll throw what we call a wind direction indicator out of the aircraft. The purpose of this is to assess the drift. So the team leader will throw the woody out at where he thinks we should be exiting the aircraft. The pilot will then do a climbing pass, keeping the woody in shot. We will watch the woody fall to the earth, and judging by the offset of where that woody lands is where the team will then exit the aircraft. After the woody run, we'll be climbing to a height of 5,500 feet, where the team will be getting ready to do our final drop. Once we're at that final drop, the aircraft will run in. You'll then see, not spectators, you guys are the spectators. You will then see the parachutists exit the aircraft. If you keep your eye on the aircraft, you'll see black dots start to fall from it. Our team members will reach speeds of up to 120 miles an hour before deploying their main parachutes. Once everybody is under a good main canopy, the team will then release leg flags and start their pyrotechnics before coming in to land in front of you here today. Our team today, myself, I'm Leading Hand Gocknell. I'm a weapons engineer. I've served in the Navy for 8 years. I have over 120 jumps, so I'm still the baby of the team. My current normal job role is assisting the Army teach skydiving up at Netheravon. The lady you see to my left, your right, that's Emma. She is a Merlin helicopter pilot. She flies the Mark II helicopter in a frontline primary role at 820 Naval Air Station. She has over 1,300 jumps. 15 of those are displays. Our team leader is Commander David Lee. He's a weapon engineering officer currently working in UK Stratcom. He has nearly 2,000 jumps and 125 of those are displays. There we are, we're 2 minutes before our Woody run. I'll just continue introducing all the members of the team. We also have Commander Chris Chang. He's a logistics officer working in MOD head office. He has over 600 jumps and 19 displays, and he'll be flying the Armed Forces flag today. We also have Major Kenny Craig, Royal Marine. He's the OC of the base at Shibana. He has over 2,000 jumps and over 30 displays. We also have Dan Fraser, Royal Marine. He has over 700 jumps, 19 displays. And we have, bringing up the rear, is leading hand Alfie Shaw of 617 Squadron. He is a mechanic on the F-35 fast jets. There we are, we can hear the aircraft. Can anyone see it yet? There we are, the team leader has now thrown the Woody. That's the bit of crate paper you can see floating down. As you can see, the winds on the uppers are quite strong, so the Woody is just drifting across. Our team leader will now be assessing that and deciding where's best to release the team. This allows us to land back safely. If there's too much wind pushing us, there's no chance we'll... to climb to 1,500 feet. If there's anyone within the crowd who's currently serving in the tri-service environment, so you can be Navy, Army or Air Force, and you'd like to get into sport parachuting, please feel free to come and chat to us and we can take you through the process of how you can become a licensed parachutist. Aircraft will now circle overhead until it reaches 5,500 feet, and then we'll... Equally, if you don't fancy learning to skydive, but you'd like to do a tandem, that as well. Apologies for this mic, it just keeps cutting out, I don't know why. But yes, to say again, if anybody would like to do a tandem skydive and they're not interested in learning to skydive, please do come and chat to us and we can also point you in the right direction for that.
a 1 minute countdown. We should now be on the line, ready to connect their run. The run will start by a whistle blast by the
Testing, testing, just to double check. Great, this mic's still working. We're going to have a variety of flags today, so keep your eyes out for them. Our team leader will be jumping the beautiful white ensign. Dan, the Royal Marine, will be jumping the Royal Marine State of Mind flag, which is absolutely massive. You won't be able to miss it. Commander Chris will be jumping our Armed Forces Day flag. Was anyone at Southsea yesterday? So you've seen her twice now? Oh, amazing. Right everyone, our drop time is now 12 o'clock. Takes a long time for this plane to get up. It's slightly smaller, probably a quarter the size of what we're used to jumping. However, it does the job just as well. The aircraft we're flying today has been kindly provided by Skydive Langer up in Nottingham. We have our pilot Bruce today, fantastic chap. And just let's feel sorry for everyone in that aircraft because they are folded in half just to be in it right now. Everyone is very eager to exit the aircraft. It's a lot more comfortable. 5 minutes to drop.
So that's the end of the demonstration on there. We will now put this equipment back in. So that gives you an idea of just what we're doing. This is your opportunity now to make this view. Whether you have this forward in the green or have this filtered in the maroon. Can we go and cheer and appreciate it to hit this forward? And cheer and appreciate it to hit this filtered.
It's the drop. As the plane's running in, you'll probably be able to spot it. Just keep an eye on the plane and you start to see the black dots fall away from the aircraft. There we are, that's our plane coming in for the jump run from the rear. As the plane comes overhead, you'll probably hear it throttle back. We do this to bring the aircraft as close to stall speed as possible. This allows our parachutists to exit the aircraft in a slower wind speed, which just makes it a lot more comfortable. Our team leader, Commander Dave, will be the first person to exit the aircraft, shortly followed by the rest of the team. There we are, that's the aircraft exiting the sun. Flying overhead, listen carefully, you'll probably hear the engine throttle back slightly. The team are getting ready, the door is probably open at this stage and they're checking the spot, looking down at the ground, ensuring they're where they need to be. And they should be exiting shortly. That's the first jumper away. He'll be hurtling towards the ground now, reaching speeds of up to 120 miles an hour before he deploys his main parachute. If you watch carefully, there you go. He's thrown his pilot chute away, which extracts his main to a fully developed canopy within 4 seconds, shortly followed by the rest of the team. Everybody will be doing their safety checks on their parachute systems to ensure that they've definitely got a good canopy. And then they'll be setting up their flags and their pyrotechnics. If you watch carefully, you'll see them unfurl. There's the blue smoke. The team will then get into a vertical stack. So they'll be very close together, but with vertical separation so that they come in shortly after one another. This takes immense teamwork, skill, and trust in the other people around you. The last thing you want is someone crashing into you when you're 1,000 feet above the ground. And that's our white ensign flying. And the Royal Marines flag just above it, flown by Dan. The team leader will set the landing pattern and everyone else will follow him on the way in. This ensures that we don't have crossover of personnel in the sky. Everybody's going to be flying the same direction just to make it safer. Here we go, this is Commander Dave coming in for a landing. Let's give him a big cheer, everyone. There we go. Is everyone going to stand it up? Fantastic. Now we've just got the rest of the team. They should be down within the next minute or so. It's particularly challenging jumping the flag. As you can imagine, it creates a lot more drag than what you're used to. So it means you have to fly just that bit more carefully. Although I've seen it hundreds of times, this never gets old. Let's give a big cheer for Dan coming in with a massive flag. Nearly took out Kenny with that. And lastly, we've got Commander Chris and leading hand Alfie Shaw. The team will now remove their parachute systems and lay them on the floor. They'll be stowing their brakes and getting ready to do a ceremonial line-up for you all today. There we go, everyone. Let's give them a big cheer. Thank you guys so much for turning up today. Let's give a big hand to the Royal Navy Parachute Display Team of 2024. We've got Dave, Chris, Kenny. Thank you very much, guys.
like, who's going past that blue car? Oh, Regina car. I thought he was looking like this. But that was everyone's down for grabs.
Yeah, no, also.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all looking forward to the air display this afternoon. Just to let you know that we've got a couple of changes to the programme this afternoon. We've got wing walkers, they're coming up a little bit later. We've got the last aerial battle of World War II, which kicks us off, and then we go right through to about 5 o'clock with various different displays, including we've got a Spitfire, we've also got Mustang, Swordfish, Reliant and a Harvard, so plus there's others. So sit tight and we'll try and give you as much information as possible throughout the day. So we've got a bit of a full booth up here today. We've got quite a few experts, and we've also got some security. Not sure why, we don't need it, but there you go. I'm sure they're going to keep us nice and safe. We've also got the lovely Roy. How are you, sir, today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good. Looking forward to the air display?
Yeah, they got...
Slight technical problem there. So instead, I'll talk to the lovely Martin, who is our resident expert for today. What are you looking forward to mostly today, Martin?
Well, to be honest, because I'm a Spitfire man through and through, probably the Spitfire again. But I'm looking forward to the whole lot. We've got a great little.
No.
We got a great little program again. Quite a few acts similar to yesterday. So yeah, no, it's great.
Super.
I think we got a slightly better day for flying as well today.
Here, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 2.
As I said, there's a couple of changes today as well. We've got the wing walkers, so look out for the wing walkers. We'll try and give you a cue as to when they're going to be taking off. It all is dependent on the weather. If the wind picks up, there could be changes again, or if it slows down a little bit, there also could be changes. We're hoping to get the 3 planes in front of you that you're looking at currently flying today. Yesterday they didn't fly because of the wind. Let's all keep our fingers crossed that they go up in the air, because they're spectacular planes and we want to see them there. Also, if they don't fly, they don't go home. So that's another reason we want to get them up in the air. So we'll keep you informed.
So those aircraft, they are very, very dependent upon making sure that they fly into the wind. And as you can see from the windsock, we've got a bit of a crosswind element going on today, as we did yesterday, which proved too much for them. But yes, back in the day, they would have just been on a huge open field that was mowed and they could take off wherever into wind. But of course, we don't have that luxury here.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to look round and face the little white box by the side of the arena, you can see us beautiful people up here. So can you give us a wave? Everyone give us a wave. Come on. So we're your commentary team today. You've got me, Roy. We've got Martin and Martin. And Martin. Everyone's Martin up here. But give us a wave.
I've just spotted my wife waving back at me as well.
What, she knows you're out?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there. Yeah.
Hello, Martin's wife. Loving the dress.
I think I've seen Roy in similar, actually.
I've still got those photos of Roy in similar. And he's still paying the same monthly fee, you know. I'm going to drag that out.
That's why you took Oh, did I? I was at the front of the traffic lights. Right up front.
Oh, sorry.
Hey, don't say sorry. That's mine. I recognise the fatigues and the motorbike.
Yeah. That's the beauty of that. What were you? Oh, you've got.
I was in the EV6.
I love that.
It's a lovely car.
I've got to be honest. I'm a petrol head, and I'm not a big electric car fan, but I do like Kia. We had a Kia Sportage for about 7 or 8 years. It was brilliant. And before that, we had the Helen, which is a great car. So that EV6, is that the GT as well?
It's a GT line, yeah. It's like
170 horsepower.
Oh yeah, it's probably quick. They'll wheel drive.
No, it's in place.
Just
to remind you also, ladies and gentlemen, during the first display there will be some loud bangs from guns. So if you are a little bit timid, I'm just warning you in advance that they will be going off. Yesterday they were quite loud, so they will be loud again today. Down here just in the corner of the arena, so just giving you advance warning.
I thought we agreed we was going to make everyone jump.
No, you did.
Oh, just me.
Because you're the naughty boy in here.
We got a new run. So the aerial back. You're going to do the guns, aren't you? No, you do the guns.
I'm doing the guns, right? Should we let Ryan do the screen then? We do. You're going to do the screen and I'll do the guns.
That's what we did yesterday.
Do the same as you did yesterday. So they are up imminently, right? So I can do the introduction if I like.
You can, yeah.
So our first act up is the last dogfight display team.
This is a great little display team. The whole this was formed back in 2019, and it recreates what was the last reported aerial battle in the European theatre at the end of World War II. And it was on April the 11th in 1945. So there were 2 Americans and an L-4 Grasshopper. And they were flying low on a routine scouting mission near Berlin when they came across the German Fliesier Storch spotter plane, flying even lower. So anyway, neither aeroplanes configured for fighting, but the Americans, having the superior air position, opened their doors and began to fire their service pistols at the German plane. So the Storch, he tried to evade their fire and he brushed the ground with one wing and crashed. The Americans landed nearby, provided first aid before capturing the Germans. Anyway, it's the only known instance where a World War II aircraft was ever brought down by just with pistols. And this new display team, it recreates this encounter, apart from the crash, you'll be delighted to hear, using an original L4 Cub and the Slepchus Storch, which is a unique 75% scale replica of an original Storch. So the Storch, that's the Storch airborne now. So he's going to get up and he'll stooge around, and then the Cub will be up once he's seen him. Emma's a young girl. Yeah. Lovely little thing. So, yeah. Sweet little filly. Sweet little filly, old chap. Yes. The microphone's off my wife now. Yeah.
It's the 11th of April 1945, during the closing stages of World War II and a dark chapter in world history. The Allied forces have united against domination by the Third Reich and fought for the liberation of occupied Europe. The German forces have been beaten back to the very gates of their capital, and victory for the Allies now seems assured. Can everyone give Cobby a wave as he goes past in the buggy, please? Everyone give Cobby a wave and a cheer, please. He's waving back.
So the lone German Storch observation aircraft is flying over the battlefront very, very slowly, assessing the Allied forces' progress. This unusual aircraft is especially designed for slow flight, being equipped with leading edge slats and special flaps. The design is ideally suited for operating from small, unprepared fields and carrying out reconnaissance and liaison missions. As he overflies the Allied lines, he's spotted by First Lieutenant Dwayne Francis, who's about to take off in the Cub for a routine reconnaissance flight. This is Lieutenant Francis' 142nd mission of the war. As a flying grasshopper pilot of the 71st Armored Field Artillery Battalion of the US 5th Armored Division, Francis acted as an artillery spotter and liaison pilot flying missions in his unarmed Piper Cub over German enemy lines. His airplane had often been hit by machine gun, had never been hit, and perhaps for this reason his airplane was named Miss Me. By April 1945, France's Parrot unit is now the closest American unit to Berlin, just 48 miles from Hitler's capital. Look at the ability of that Felicia Stork. So he slowed right down, and with that wing and those slats, it means he can almost come to a standstill. I've actually seen one of these airplanes come to a standstill once before at a display with a stronger headwind.
And now we've got the Cub taking off to pursue him. Do we think he's going to catch him? Come on, do we think we're going to catch him?
So again, the Cub up in a big hurry. Again, a very, very high, it's a high wing, very efficient wing, high wing monoplane, observation aircraft.
This afternoon, Francis is on a routine observation flight when he sees some scattered German ground forces. As he gets airborne, he sees the other aircraft a few hundred feet above and identifies this as a Fischler 156 Storch, a spotter plane and a Luftwaffe's equivalent to the Piper Cub. Both aircraft are unarmed, but Francis radios his unit. I am about to give combat. He draws his Colt 45 service pistol and prepares to engage the Storch. Evenly matched in performance, the two aircraft engage in an aerial dogfight, with the Storch trying to outmaneuver and evade the Cub.
The American manages to fire on the German Storch, smashing the cockpit glass. The American stays close to the twisting and turning German aircraft while still continuing to fire the handgun from the open door of the Cub. He was close enough to see the German pilot's astonished expression as he looked back fearfully at the pursuing grasshopper.
Okay, so we're just going to turn over the kit, recess the arena, and then we're going to go for a fast job. We're going to put it all together. So I'll put some fast jobs together. This is nice and
Eventually, the American managed to also rupture an all-important fuel line on the German aircraft. Suffering damage, the store veers away and is forced to land in a nearby field.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that's other stuff. I think the food's just here. She doesn't want to try. Yeah, I bet. Next, yeah, go on.
Close by, American infantry have witnessed this unusual dogfight and rush over to the downed German aircraft, which is escorted away and the pilot is taken prisoner. Francis received the Distinguished Flying Cross for this act of bravery and went on to serve during a long and distinguished career in the United States Air Force after the war. We hope you've enjoyed watching this unique reenactment which commemorates the historic last aerial battle of World War II. And if you go over to the where the static display is, you'll actually see the MPs come out and arrest the pilot and take him away, hopefully to a nice comfortable PO ward.
James, go and stand in the queue for whichever one you want.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Oh yeah. Just to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, the plane on the left there is stationary right at the moment, as there is a brake problem. So the guy running across now, who's a wing walker, he is going to go and assist. Yeah, not a real wing walker. He is going to assist the plane, and what's he going to do, Martin? He's going to lean on one side, or? Yeah. Right, so he's going to hold one of the side of the wings, so for allow the plane to turn around and then come back on the runway. So there will be a slight delay to this, but with all these things, it's all about safety, and we're all up for that, aren't we?
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're pleased to announce that we've now got the CAP 232 aircraft from Ultimate Aerobatics. So, after the performance, he's going to be in the display area as well. This is an extremely high-speed display. The aircraft was designed and built in France, and is arguably one of the finest unlimited aerobatic aircraft ever made. It's more World Championships titles to its name than any other aeroplane. Power comes from 300 horsepower, plenty, from a Lycoming Flat 6. So I think the cap's gone up. He's going to be holding. The Harvard's just taking off now for his display as well later. So just a bit of information about the cap. Wesley's still out holding. This is the 232 is actually based on the cap 230 design. This was developed for the French Air Force back in 1985. Okay, here he is to start his display now.
A little round of applause. Everyone join in with that.
So as you can see, incredibly robust aircraft. The original ones were wooden. They were wooden wings and wooden fuselage, but this new design, it's got carbon fiber wings, and it gives a roll rate in excess of 420 degrees per second.
Let's give him a wave and a cheer as he comes past.
So coming out the bottom of those loops, he's going to be pulling 6, 7, 8G, extremely uncomfortable. So if you can imagine that's 6, 7 or 8 times your own body weight pressing down on you, trying to force you out the bottom of the airplane.
So a light breakfast this morning then, Martin?
Yeah, very, very light breakfast of Evo stick and super glue. Very, very light airplane, not even a ton, 820 kilograms is a maximum takeoff weight. Empty, they're 620 kilograms. So with the 300 horsepower, a very high performing high performance power to weight ratio.
Give him a wave. That has got to be my favourite manoeuvre there.
So this particular cap was one of the last off the manufacturing line. Where's the serial number 32? Built for one of France's premier aerobatic clubs, which is incidentally also where it was made. Anyway, whilst in their possession, the aircraft was flown by some of the world's top pilots, including ex-world champion Eric Vizil and also Red Bull pilots Nicholas Ivanov. The aircraft was imported into the UK in early 2015.
I hope you agree that was an absolutely fantastic display. Let's have a big round of applause, please. Come on. Thank you.
We've got a little bit of a treat for you now, ladies and gentlemen, because up in the booth right now, we've got the lovely Emma and Dave. I'll come on to Dave a little bit later, but first of all, we've got Emma, who's going to be wing walking today for the Aerobatics, Aero Superbatics wing walking display. How are you today, Emma?
I'm really well, thank you very much.
Are you looking forward to
yes,
your
I'm
wing
really,
walking? Yeah?
Really looking forward to going up and standing on the wings of the beautiful Boeing Stearman biplane and dancing around for you all to see. I'll be giving you lots and lots of waves, so make sure you wave.
So if you can hear Emma down there, give her a wave. She's in the booth. She's going to be going up sometime this afternoon. Well done. So
did I hear you say she's going to be dancing?
Yes, she's going to dance. Yes, she is going to dance.
That would be amazing.
Absolutely.
I mean, do you have music up there and everything? She's just thrown the bin at me now.
So, if you would, Emma, would you just give the ladies and gentlemen a little flavour of how this thing works and what you have to do to get airborne?
So I will be strapped to the rig that sits on top of the aeroplane, and the rig swivels. It goes 180 one way, 45 another way, so I'll be going upside down and doing handstands. I'll also be taking the harness off during flight and climbing around the wings and doing things like an arabesque, and I'll be sitting on the leading edge of the wing and I'll be waving, and I'll be having lots of fun up there.
Wow, absolutely. So just tell us how you got involved in this in the first place.
So my background is in dance, so I had a performance background, but my friend Kirsten, who also wing walks, she was doing it for a few years, and she said, there's a position available on the team, do you want to join? And I thought, that looks like a lot of fun. So
how does that look like fun? Excuse me for interrupting, but there's no way that is fun up there.
Well, you know, the views are really nice, and it's definitely an adrenaline rush, and it's a real fun experience, and it's something that everyone can do. You can experience this yourselves with us at Aero Superbatics.
Yeah, I was going to come on to that next, actually. So the layperson out there, anyone out there, if they choose to do this, can actually go onto your website and look this up, and they can physically book a wing walk themselves.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. So if anybody sees what I'm doing today and thinks, I want to give that a go, you have to be over 18, but there's no upper age limit. We like to think that wing walking's for everyone. And you can come and do a wing walk with us at our base in Cirencester. We're at Renkham. So if you want to do that, go to our website, which is gowingwalking.com, and you can come and give it a go yourselves. It's real fun.
Perfect. I'm going to have to cut this short, unfortunately. We've got the Harvard up there, but I just want to have a quick word to the pilot, because the pilot is the one that keeps everyone safe. So this is Dave. Dave, what are you going to do for us today?
So we're going to do a really good, low, close, noisy with smoke routine, aerobatics, loops, rolls, stall turns, flying upside down with them on the top wing doing our dance moves. It's fantastic.
And you're going to keep it completely safe, is that right?
Absolutely, that's all part of the service.
Well, thank you very much, guys, and appreciate it. Stay safe, and we look forward to seeing you this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, in front of us now we've got the Harvard. So the Harvard is an excellent. It's a training aircraft. You would have flown in a Harvard after doing your initial flying in a Tiger Moth during the war, and the Harvard, once you've learned to fly, the Harvard is the next step up, in so much that you're learning all about retractable undercarriage and variable pitch propellers. That buzzsaw noise you can hear, that's the engine is a Pratt & Whitney around about 600 horsepower radio engine, and it's a direct drive. It's a direct drive from the engine. There's no reduction. There's no reduction gearbox such as on a Merlin engine. So the buzz noise is the tips of the propeller blades actually touching the speed of sound at very, very high RPM.
So this aircraft would have been used to train thousands and thousands of pilots to be involved in World War II.
So the airplane is actually owned by James Brown. He also owns the beautiful Hurricane, a very, very original Mark I Battle of Britain veteran Hurricane. He's not flying the airplane today. He's actually in Jersey with the Hurricane. So the Harvard is being flown today by Alex.
So what sort of speeds can we expect from the Harvard today as they fly past there, Martin? What are we talking?
So the Harvard, you can coax just over 220 miles an hour out of the Harvard, straight and level. But today, yeah, sort of knocking on the door for around about 200 miles an hour.
That's pretty quick.
Absolutely. So the airplane spent quite a lot of time in Sweden after the war. She was actually sold to a private collector in Sweden and restored back to airworthy condition there. Painted up in the United States colours with invasion stripes, the black and white invasion stripes. She was actually brought back to the UK and bought by James Brown in 2016 and got painted up in the RAF colours that you see her in today. Yeah, so the yellow markings on the wings and the fuselage, that indicates that this is a training airplane. So it just helps for visibility, that sort of thing, easily to spot that this is a training airplane.
Apparently this plane is still used for training, so when they want to get pilots trained up on flying the Spitfires and the Navy Wings aircraft, they actually still use this aircraft to train the pilots on their transition into those.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you were lucky enough and win the lottery 2 or 3 times now and bought yourself a Spitfire, your training would ultimately be via the Harvard, where, as I say, you learn about variable pitch propeller and retractable undercarriage, and then from there you would move on to the Spitfire. But it's it's an excellent trainer because it's quite a difficult airplane to fly. So you don't want too much of an easy airplane to fly as a trainer.
Or they could come and see you, Martin, because I believe you've got one in your back garden. Is that right?
Yeah, I've got one in my backyard. I don't think the boss would allow that.
She's down there somewhere as well, so don't get any ideas about buying one. I'm sure you'll agree, though, that is a spectacular sight, and what a beautiful plane that is. Little wing waggle there for you, which is saying hello or goodbye. I think that looks to be it from the Harvard. Up next we've got the Auster, is that right? Coming up for you shortly.
This is the British equivalent of the Cub and the Storch we saw earlier, so that's a reconnaissance plane. Very slow moving, good for spotting things over the battlefield because it obviously doesn't move very fast. But probably very easy to shoot down if you was in one.
Let me just take this time also, ladies and gentlemen, to thank some of our sponsors for the weekend. 32 events being one of them. Marine 25 Concepts, HFC, South Hampshire College Group, All4 Logistics, Solent Services, and there are some more on there as well, Roy, if you want to read some of those. No, I'll do it then, not a problem. Shaking his head at me, ferociously saying, I'm drinking and eating. So we've got Daedalus Waterfront, Tudor Lodge Nursing Home, Canford Manor. All of these guys have helped put this event on today by donating. So a big thank you to them.
Let's have a big round of applause for the Harvard as he lands, please. Go on, Ed, ladies and gentlemen. I'd just like to say a massive thanks to you people for all coming along today. It's absolutely great to see you enjoying the air display, and it's a joy just sitting up here watching all the families sitting with their picnic blankets, enjoying themselves, watching the air show. So thank you so much for coming today. It makes our job absolutely great to do, so thank you very much.
There's a lovely lady down there waving at you as well, Roy. Hello. Just to remind you out there, ladies and gentlemen, as well, it may not seem that sunny today, but the sun still comes through. So I hope you got your sunscreens on, especially for the children. And most importantly, as we're made up of 90% of water, you're all drinking water. Drink responsibly is the word of the day.
Oh.
Except for Roy, in the cabin here, who doesn't drink responsibly ever.
Well, that's the Ulster up in the air. As you can see, they take off really quick. Not much of a headwind. They had more of a headwind yesterday, so it was up even quicker, but that was pretty fast off the ground.
Yeah, it's that very, very effective, efficient wing providing a lot of lift, and so yeah, it goes up very, very quick because you know you've only got just over 140 horsepower. Gyro de Havilland Gypsy major engine, proper workhorse of an engine, but yeah, nice. But as you can see, it's a huge wing.
Just watch yourselves, guys, as the buggy comes through there. Don't want anyone getting run over.
So yeah, this is a British military air observation aircraft made by Auster Aircraft Limited. There was an initial production run of 296 completed for the RAF, and this was in 1949. The second batch was produced from 1952, with a total delivered of somewhere around about 400. And some aircraft by that were ordered by the RAF were diverted to the Belgium Air Force, 22 of them, and the Royal Hong Kong Auxiliary Air Force, they got 2 as well. But also aircraft was used by the Canadian Air Force, the South African Air Force, and also out in Jordan. So this particular Auster was built at Rearsbury in Leicestershire, 89th aircraft produced from an initial batch of 100 Auster Mark 1s, destined for the RAF. Initially assigned to 653 Air Observation Post. And this was in Penkhurst in Kent in December 1942. They had flown Tiger Moths as an interim measure prior to receiving these Austers. So the aeroplane continued through the war, demobbed in March in 1946, and was allocated to civilian registration AHGW. She was returned to Rearsbury, where it was civilianised before being sold to the London Aeroplane Club in Hertfordshire in 1946. The following year was acquired by Short Brothers and Helen Limited and based at Rochester and Kent. She passed through a number of private owners before being purchased in 1975 by Carl Butler. He repainted the aircraft in the RAF colours and would later fly this Auster as part of the military Auster flight alongside others. The aircraft is now owned by Simon Tilling, the CEO of the Light Aircraft Association. He's understood to be, he's had one of the longest in-service flying careers of any World War II officer.
Let's give him a wave as he comes past. And a cheer. Let's do a cheer.
So much better than yesterday's audience, I have to say, ladies and gentlemen. We got a cheer and a clap as well.
So much better than yesterday's.
We're going to work on the Mexican wave next.
I think we should give that a go, Roy. So we all want to see a Mexican wave, don't we? So you guys right down the far end there, can you see us? Give us a wave if you can. Right, we're going to try and get these hands up in the air right the way along. So put your hands up in the air, guys, right at the end. Let's bring this right forward. Start putting your hands up as they go along the road there. Come on, stick your hands in the air. That's it. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going up to the end here. Yay! Well done. Thank you.
Is that the first ever recorded Mexican wave at an air show, do you reckon?
The only one I've ever done.
So I go to a lot of MotoGPs and they're always doing that, and in the crowds, but not seen it in an air show before. That's brilliant.
Just a quick shout out for the Winston marquee. We have got lots of live music on today as well as the air show. So at 2 o'clock we've got a guy called Nathan Cannon. He's doing his Rat Pack set, but he does a similar sort of set to me if you saw me this morning. 3 o'clock we've got Stephanie Bell. She's a wartime vintage singer. She's really lovely and real great. 4 o'clock we've got my friend Mickey here with his wife Grace, all in the swing. They'll be singing. Again, absolutely fantastic act, great bit of fun, so they'll have you up and dancing. 5 o'clock we've got Tambay Harvey, and then at 6 o'clock you've got us compares, that's me, Mickey, Grace and Jennifer, and we all just basically get on the stage and mess about. And it's but it's good fun. We'd be awesome if we rehearsed, but we don't. Next up, we've got the Gyro. Now, this was great fun yesterday. It's a very different display. It's very low, lots of smoke. It's very enjoyable, and hopefully you enjoy it.
So the Gyro, he's holding, just waiting for the Auster to clear, and it's a great thing. So if you can imagine, when you see him, it looks like a helicopter, part helicopter, with the top rotor spinning, but that top rotor is not driven. So in the most simplistic view, it's almost like a flying windmill. So if you can imagine a sycamore seed where that gently spins as it floats down. So the engine only drives the pusher propeller, but the rotors on the top, they are driven purely by the air being spun up underneath them.
One interesting fact, though, Martin, about the gyroplanes is the fact that the engines can't can't fail, can they? Is that correct? If the engine fails, the pilot does not even need to keep up the airspeed.
I think really, yeah. So the engines can fail, obviously, but what happens is you could get to a situation where you would rely on what's called auto rotation to bring you down. So you can use the effect of the blade spinning to bring you in, and then you sort of flare using that.
That'd be quite a tricky manoeuvre, I would guess, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure enough. It's something that they you're taught.
And am I right in saying this was in one of the James Bond films, wasn't it, one of these?
Yeah, so that's where a lot of people know these from. So smoke on there we go. And you can see that top rotor spinning furiously there, just purely driven by the air. As he flies through the air, and there's a slight tilt back on the rotor that collects that air and spins them. So you can hear the engine, and that is just literally pushing the propeller that sits behind the pilot. But the whole James Bond thing, yeah, so there was that's where a lot of people know the auto gyro from. So she was called Little Nelly, flown by, well, you would imagine Sean Connery.
Chris, did you take this?
But it was actually Ken Wallace. He's very famous. I think he flew Wellingtons during the war, but he became very, very famous flying auto gyros for years, and we only lost him a few years ago now.
What was the name of the film?
Yeah, it was You Only Live Twice, Mr. Bond.
We only Googled it yesterday. How can you forget that quick?
I can forget everything very quickly.
He's been asleep since then.
Let's give him a wave as he comes past.
So do these do two-seaters, so you can take pleasure flights in these, Martin? Is there?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get a two-seater one. This one's just a single-seater, but yeah, you can get a two-seater version. That airplane you've got in front of you now, that's probably around about £100,000 if you were to try and buy a brand new one now.
I think we did find one on eBay yesterday, though, didn't we?
We did find one on eBay. It's a brave man who would buy an auto gyro from eBay, to be honest.
Yeah, semi-working.
One previous careful owner.
Stalls under pressure.
So flown again today, as yesterday, by Peter Davies. He's flown for over 30 years, but he's been doing gyroplanes for 22 years. So half of that money that you would be spending on your new auto gyro is actually the cost of the engine. It's a Rotax engine, turbocharged engine, this one.
Of course, there's a lot of upkeep with these engines, as there is with every one of the planes that go through the line today. You're just seeing the plane as they are in their full glory, but there's a lot of money spent on keeping these guys up in the air, regular servicing, finding new parts to be replaced, and so on and so forth. So when they're up in the air, it's quite a feat because you're trying to look for parts that are broken down and so on and so forth. Being so old as they are, these are quite rare. So to get them up in the air is a bit of a feat to see.
Yeah, it's the old story. It's not so much buying it; it's the running of the thing, isn't it? Highly manoeuvrable, though, as you can see. Peter really throwing it about.
this particular motor has a range of 4,500 yards. It's carried by 319. Group has 3 Spitfire motors like this. They're always looking to recruit new members. To know a little bit more about this particular piece of equipment, we'll be coming on reenactors machine. These guys will be based over the ring. During World War II, Dorsetshire landed on Goldfinch and D-Day. The 1st Battalion of Dorset landed as the short battalion of Normandy June 6, 1994. The battalion took all of its first day objectives on target and were less than anticipated. Truly magnificent. Future pilots, a female military team, and part of the Stinson Reliant here is
I'd like to give a little shout out to Mrs. King out there for the homemade soup. Absolutely fantastic. We're all enjoying it up here. Thank you.
See, I told you she was listening. So a big round of applause for the Gyro. Great display.
Yeah, well done, the Gyro. He came round really low there as well, didn't he? Just some further information, we're still waiting for news on whether the 3 guys at the front of the arena here will be taking off today. We're still fingers crossed, although the wind is quite strong. So if it died down a little from now, there is a possibility we'll get them in the air.
I just stopped behind the queue, right? Oh, no. What's a normal diesel?
That's what's good.
Scary. That's scary. Yeah, I'll see it, yeah. Yeah, when they go.
Yeah, Jordan will go up.
Look at that little thing. You follow him, mate. Keep an eye on him. We're sticking with the LB. Good there. So our bus is a little charge. But it's just way too. I'm actually alright at the moment. No, it's better. I did stuff in December. The other last month, I was 13 hours.
Oh, he's coming out.
Yeah, the rest of it was just doing stuff in the depot. Moving the cars out of the vans and stuff. Yeah, I know. I thought I might take it. Not much left. Not too bad. 233.
Yeah, what was it?
We just got a slight pause in proceedings. We've got a little half-hour break now if you want to go and have a little comfort break, get yourself a cup of tea or have your picnic. And then we've got coming up at 2:15, we've got Navy Wings Combo, which is the Swordfish, Reliant and Harvard. But with us I've got Martin, is our plane expert here, and he's involved in a little company called Spitfire.com. So do you want to tell us a little bit about that, Martin?
Yeah, no, delighted to. So yes, Spitfires.com, as the name suggests. So we're based over in Goodwood. We've somewhat greedily got 5 Spitfires over there. 3 of them are 2-seaters, and there's 2 single-seaters, of which you'll see later. So you'll see our Mark 9 RR232 later. She's the one painted up in the Invasion stripes. The 2-seaters are there for giving passenger rides. So yeah, it's a great organisation. We fly somewhere around about 800, 900 people a year. The flights start off a sort of a 30-minute experience, and they go up to anything up to about a 75-minute experience based upon the endurance of the Spitfires. Because they are 2-seaters, they've actually got additional wing tanks fitted, but it's an incredible experience and one certainly not to be missed. So even though we're based in Goodwood, we also do visit here regularly. In fact, we're here for a week next month because there's going to be a restricted airspace over Goodwood because of the Festival of Speed. But we start off the season, we do a month here in April, and take advantage of the tarmac runway, because at Goodwood it's a grass runway, so you can be sort of rained off. And then we finish the last 2 months here as well, October, November. But also, we also take the Spitfires out now. There's one of them is actually out in Jersey at the minute. So he's been out there for it's a week he's out there for doing lots of flights. They take them over to Devon. We go to Dunkers Way on Devonshire, and we go all the way up to Leeds East. And there's talk of us taking the Spitfires up to Scotland as well.
So if you want to get your Spitfire experience, it's Spitfire.com. Get online and have a look at it and get your experience booked out.
Yeah, Spitfires.com. Yeah, and also come across and see us. You know, up if you're ever in the Chichester area, over at Goodwood, do call in and have a look. You won't be disappointed. I usually say to people it's reassuringly expensive.
That's a really good way of putting it.
Well, I mean, you can do that if you like. You can say, is it expensive?
Tenacity will have two performances for us here today. The first performance is just about to commence, and then later on they will also be joined by a picture responsible band as the Royal Condition drama. And that display is due to take place at 4:04 with the three marching bands coming together as one. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, to the arena, TS Tenacity.
Hope you're all enjoying yourselves out there, ladies and gentlemen. Just to let you know, I was the plane down the runway there, holding my hands out. I didn't take off, unfortunately, but not for the want of effort. A bit out of breath now.
Fantastic job out here today. As I said to you before, TS National Team is 8 years old and provides not only banding experiences.
Coming up in a short few minutes, in actual fact, we've got the Navy Wings combo of the Swordfish, Reliant and the Harvard, so they will be around at some point. I think actually one of them is, or both of them there, are on the runway waiting to exit, and the other one is around somewhere, so we'll be up and running shortly.
We have the Solent Stars motorcycle display team, so that's the Solent Stars at 2:30. As well as the D-Day 18 this year, it's also the 60th anniversary of Mustang. We do have a few of these vehicles ready for you to look at over the There's also, of course, a multitude of aircraft and airfield, with all of the displays being published behind us and here in the cockpit box. And we also have the musical catalogue in the midst of the executive stroke place, the bar.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just got a slight pause in the display because the Coast Guard helicopter's got a shout. So once the helicopter's cleared, then we will get on with the show. But thanks for your patience, and give us 5 minutes and we'll be back on the display. It's also an extra. We've got a display by the Coast Guard copter going up as well, so we can all watch that. That's the Swordfish up in the air. What a great noise. So they're coming through now for their first pass through. All three aircraft in formation.
Yeah, so Glenn Allison will be in the Swordfish. And Paul Collicott is one of the other flyers there. He's in the back seat of the Swordfish. And all these
give
guys...
them a massive wave as they come past and a cheer.
Yeah, well done, guys. All the guys you see flying there today are currently serving, so still current in the forces. All Royal Navy, I'm told, by our lovely expert in the corner over there, so it's good.
So the Harvard is flown, being flown by Chris Gotka, and he's, or Goatee as he's well known. And to say that he knows what he's doing is a bit of an understatement. He is a test pilot teacher, so he's teaching test pilots.
They're coming back round for another wave, ladies and gentlemen. They will be able to see you. The Swordfish is probably flat out. The other two are throttling back. I think this is their last fly past, and then the Swordfish will break off and do its display.
So we've got the lovely Martin here with us, and he was just relaying us a little bit of information there, which I do feel that should be shared to you lovely audience. So if you just rerun that through with us for us, Martin, so these lovely people can get a gist of that.
Yeah, they're just being asked how pilots do this, and so when you're flying in formation, you work out reference markers on the aircraft in the lead that tell that you can line them up on the aircraft to make sure you're at the right height, and your forward and backward reference remains the same. And the lead pilot is responsible for driving the formation. The others are really just looking at the lead aircraft to make sure they're maintaining position.
Perfect, thank you very much.
Yeah, so the Swordfish has just recently received her, see the black and white invasion stripes, the D-Day stripes, because they were involved in the D-Day operations.
Apparently they were guarding the flanks of the Marder as it went over the channel, looking for submarines.
So you'll see underneath the Swordfish, she's carrying a torpedo, which is what they were well known for. This one is a Mark I Swordfish. The Mark II Swordfish with a stronger wing was also capable of carrying a salvo of rockets, so which is equivalent of a well, you know, like a battleship sort of broadside. So she was known as a string bag. Back in the day, the bag, a bag for life was a string bag. And she's known as a string bag because a string bag could accommodate practically anything. So they could carry 1,600 pound torpedo or a variety of depth charges, bombs, or even mines.
I'm reliably informed also that the torpedoes themselves weren't designed to destruct other than just to disable. So once the submarine was out of action, then obviously they could go in and attack. They weren't particularly a force, were they, the torpedoes?
Well, believe it or not, Swordfish actually sank 21 submarines over the course of the year. Over the course of the war. So yeah, 21 submarines fell to Swordfish.
And the reason about the torpedo is an anti-shipping weapon, and that was designed to strike. And so places like the Battle of Taranto sinking a large proportion of the Italian battle fleet with aircraft dropped torpedoes. The weapons for the submarine would have been rockets and depth charges.
There's a little wing waggle there for you. That's obviously saying goodbye to you all. So give him a big wave and a cheer. Yeah, wish him a safe flight to Cosworth, where he'll be doing another display at some point. Is that today? Yep.
The Reliant and Harvard coming through now. Let's give another wave. It's got too many waves, have we?
I'm sure you'll agree they're an absolutely fantastic sight to see in the air. Just keep your eye on the buggy coming through, ladies and gentlemen, so don't want anyone run over there. So through the main little area, there's a buggy that's carrying some bits and pieces to be chucked away. So careful as they come through. So if you look up by the tower there, looks like they come through. Do another little run through. Here they come, guys.
Okay, so there's the break. So we got the Stinson Reliant going to perform for us first. So this is a Stinson Reliant 1, FK877, and she's one of 573 that are transferred to the Royal Navy under the Lend-Lease agreement, American aircraft. This airplane first appeared, this model, back in 1933. Employed extensively by the Fleet Air Arm. The Fleet Air Arm, of course, is the Air Force of the Navy, in essence, between 1943 and 46 for navigational training and as a communications aircraft. So the Reliant is a high-wing monoplane. It's got seating for up to 4 people. Extremely versatile and quite good performance, powered by a Lycoming engine, a radial engine, unusually for Lycoming, around just over 200 horsepower, 215 horsepower. Give him a wave whilst he's coming past slowly. So the Reliant is capable of up to 135 miles an hour with a range of 850 miles. And you can actually coax one up to 21,000 feet if you have the time. And an interesting fact about the Reliant is not this particular one, but there were a few were fitted with a diesel radio engine, a Gerberson 310 horsepower diesel radio engine.
Right, we're privileged today, ladies and gentlemen, to see a lovely Deb up here who's going to be doing some commentary for us on a couple of the displays. Come on up, Deb, and explain who you are and what you do, and lots about the lovely planes that are here today, especially ones that you're going to be doing some commentary on.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually with the Great War Team, who, if you look out the front, you can see the 3 World War I replica airplane in front of you. Very shortly, they'll be taxiing around to the runway, taking off, and then reenacting the World War I dogfighting for you. We've also got the lovely Stearman down the end with the wing walking, and likewise, they will be displaying for you shortly. They very kindly come in at short notice today because unfortunately the wing walking we had booked couldn't make it, so they jumped in to help us.
So I believe, Deb, that you've done the wing walking yourself, haven't you?
Guilty, yes. Not for a while, but yes, from the age of 16 for about nearly 40 years I did wing walking.
Wow, did that include the dancing as well and the ballerina?
No, I mainly did it on top of a tiger moth, which you stand very still on top of the tiger, whereas the girls on the Stearman are far braver than I am.
And what sort of experience is that? Just give the viewers down there an idea of how scary it becomes.
I suppose if you've never done it, it is scary, but I was brought up with aeroplanes, so it was just something I always wanted to do. If you want to have a go at it, I'll give you details later. You can go online to Aerobatics and book a wing walk with them. It's the best adrenaline rush you will ever get.
There you go, you heard it here first. So if you want the best adrenaline rush that you can ever get, a wing walk is recommended. Not for me, I'm afraid. But there you go. Thank you very much for that, Deb. And we'll be hearing from Deb a little bit later on the 3 planes down there and also the wing walking. Are we still up in the air, Martin?
So the Stinson's, he's just landing on. So the Harvard will be out holding and coming in for his display. So yeah, this is Goatee, a chap who knows his way around a display. I watched his display yesterday, and I've seen the Harvard display many times, and this was the best Harvard display I've ever seen. So he's really, really good. So coming in from the left, ladies and gentlemen, the Navy Wings Harvard.
Give him a wave on his fly past.
So what you'll see here is a display where, with the Harvard, it's an airplane that's a similar size and weight to something like a Spitfire or a Mustang, but with a third to a half of the horsepower. So the display is very reliant upon a very good use of the energy. So he will be building up speed, converting the speed into height, and then exchanging that height back into speed again. And you keep the power at a similar setting. You don't really increase the power. So just very, very efficient use of transferring the energy. But you'll see it's an extremely polished display.
Just to let you also know, ladies and gentlemen, that if you're not aware, that if you take yourselves all the way down towards the right and behind the white tent, there are static displays of some of these planes and other types of planes as well, which you can have a look round in closer detail. So when you've had enough of your fill of these in the air, you can walk down there and go and see them on the ground.
the guys up in the commentary are absolutely purring about this display. It's so smooth.
Well, the point about it is that you're not going to see this very often, are you? That's the whole thing, you know. And just to take time out, this is D-Day 80, never going to happen again. So you're in a unique event, and some of the guys that went to World War II for D-Day are not going to be around for much longer. So these events are unique. You're in a unique situation. Okay, guys, give us your big wave, cheer and clap as this guy comes across now. Come on, give him support. I do have some very quick good news for you, ladies and gentlemen. So we do believe that the 3 planes in front of us today will be taking off and doing a display. I'm reliably informed by the expert that is in the box with us here this afternoon. So stick around because they will be an amazing sight to see.
Ready? Lifting. Go.
So we just had a very interesting conversation about the planes today taking off due to the weather and so on and so forth, and also the planes during the war. I'm talking to Martin here again, who's our resident expert for today, and he was just explaining to me, and I'd like him to explain to you what the difference is between now and then, and why so many planes were allowed to take off from Daedalus, because Daedalus was one of the forerunners for planes taking off during World War II and D-Day, wasn't it, Martin?
Yeah, one of the problems we've got here today, of course, is Daedalus is now a single runway, but a classic British airfield from the early days, as soon as it started getting tarmac, was you had a triangle of runways. So where you see the aircraft taxiing over there in front of the hangars to the right, that was a runway. And where the helicopter took off from earlier was also a runway. So you could almost always find a runway that was more or less into wind. When you've got a single runway, and this is a southwest-northeast runway, which kind of suits the normal wind, but anything more than that, you get a crosswind. And aircraft, particularly light aircraft, have relatively limited crosswind limits. The guys in front of you just starting the engines have a virtually zero crosswind component. The other warbirds to look after them have probably got about a 15-knot crosswind component. So it's always a compromise on an airfield like this when you've only got one runway.
So these guys are probably right on the limit today for taking off, are they, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, they're experienced pilots flying very delicate aircraft. They'll have looked to the conditions pretty closely and monitored it during the day, and they will have made a decision that this is safe to go. But it is the pilot's call, very much the pilot's call.
Cool, thank you very much for that, and we're just lucky enough to be able to see him go up in the air because we didn't yesterday, so perfect, thank you.
So just behind the buggy going through the middle here, we've got our two little washerwomen that are running through. Look. Give us a wave, Karen, so give us a wave. Everyone give them a wave, look. They've been going around all day, cleaning up, emptying bins, looking after you guys. Karen, Martin says, can you give his motorbike a polish, please? Give his motorbike a polish.
Are you alright just to give the motorbike a quick polish whilst you're there, right in front of you?
Lying down was comfortable. And that's just fine. Go ahead, can I? Raise the back, high head.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, if you look in front of you now, you can see that the Great War Team have just taken to the air, and very shortly they will be showing you what it was like in World War I during an aerial battle. Imagine you're in the trenches, watching what is going on above you. Sorry, I understand you couldn't hear me very well. So the Great War Team will now show you what it was like in World War I during an aerial battle. So I want you to imagine you're in the trenches and you're looking up, and this is what you would see above you. Most of the pilots in World War I were inexperienced, most having less than 10 hours total flying time. And these aeroplanes are not the easiest to fly, so on average they lasted a couple of weeks. The AK was known as Charlie, and the German AK was black, and the English AK was white. On occasions we do have pyrotechnics, unfortunately we don't today, but if you can just imagine that while they're flying around, then all the AK is going off around them, and as you can see, they're quite low, so it was a very interesting time. You will start to see now how a World War I dogfight would develop. With relatively low airspeed, the main tactic was to keep turning to stay out of the opponent's sights. And here, the poor SE-5, who's the guy in the front, he's got 2 Fokker triplanes on his tail. And the turning always worked in the Germans' favour because there was a prevailing westerly wind that would blow the aircraft back towards the German lines, forcing the Allied aircraft to break out and dash for home. So the Great War Team was formed in 1988, and this was the beginning of a long and successful presence on the display flying circuit. Their first display was at Biggin Hill Airshow that year. Fast forward to 2018, a year that marked the centenary of the formation of the RAF and the end of the Great War. Plus it was also the team's 30th anniversary, and a hugely successful year, with over 50 displays and flypasts flown. The team have displayed a variety of air shows and public events at home and in Europe, from Duxford through to Riyadh. If you would like to, if you have a wedding or a special event, the team will also come and display for you there. So as you can see, poor old SE-5 is trying to get out the way of these Fokker triplanes. So the Fokker triplane, obviously the one with the 3 wings, it was designed by Reinhold Platz. The DR-1 was a direct attempt to copy the successful Sopwith triplane, which was obviously British. Armed with 2 forward-firing Spandau machine guns, it was highly manoeuvrable and was a favourite mount of a number of German aces such as Werner Voss and the legendary Manfred von Richthofen, who claimed it climbed like a monkey and was as manoeuvrable as the devil. It entered service in 1917, and von Richthofen's Juster was the first to be equipped, with an eventual total of 320 being built. We have 2 Fokker DR-1s here. One was built by John Day and first flew in 2006, replicates the DR-1 flown by Lieutenant Johan Jansen, 13 victories, of Juster 6 of JG-1. It carries the unit markings of a black and white striped tail and black cowling, with Jansen's personal marking of a white snake line on a black band. This triplane today is being flown by Will Greenwood, but was also previously owned by Bruce Dickinson of Iron Maiden fame. The other aircraft is 55617, was built by its owner and team pilot Pete Bond in 2010. This one replicates the DR-1 flown by Lieutenant Ludwig Lutz Beckmann, also of Juster 6, in March 1918, which was then based at La Chelle. Beckmann survived the Great War, having shot down 8 Allied aircraft. He went on to win the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross in World War II, and the Iron Cross in World War II, and commanded a transport unit of the Luftwaffe. The two Fokkers have similar colour schemes, with the main difference being the colour of the snake band on the mid-fuselage. Pete's aeroplane has the red band. Now the little aeroplane in the front that they're trying to shoot down is an SE-5A. The RAF SE-5 originally was a 150 horsepower direct drive Hispano-Suiza engine. First flew in November 1916. Only 77 of these were built before the engine was replaced by a geared 200 horsepower version. We have 3 SE-5s flying in the team, but the one that we have here today is owned by Matthew Boddington. Matthew has just finished rebuilding this SE-5. It flew for the first time a few months ago, and it was originally built by Slingsby sailplanes in 1967 for the film Darling Lily, and it was one of 6 that were built. The aeroplane was actually flown by Matthew's father, who was sadly killed in 1970 whilst filming. She returned to the UK in 2015 to be rebuilt, and she was imported from the USA. This is only her second airshow since being rebuilt. So give the guys a huge, great big wave as they are now doing their last pass for you, and they are going to be heading for home. So they can see you, so just give them a big wave and a round of applause. Thank you.
Just around, honey, just stay there. Where you going now, buddy? You got another ticket? Ticket? I don't know what they're for.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is your wing walkers. So they've come in at short notice for us to give you a display. So please hang around and they will be up in the air very shortly. started it up.
Lovely noise it makes. It's got a variable pitch prop on it, so that's what makes that like the same as the Harvey.
Yeah.
The engine in that is the same as the engine that's in the Harvey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. 400.
Always makes you smile when you think sort of contemporaries. We were training people in tight cloths, very elegant little aeroplane. They were training in steerage. Because we were in a European wet, cold climate. They were in high Arizona, Texas deserts, and you needed as well than just being Americans, you needed a grumpy aeroplane.
But I mean, I started doing the standard.
Well, that was a nice fly past by the Coast Guard for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you look to your right now, you will see the Boeing Stearman is taxiing out with young lady Emma on the top. And if you watch, she's giving you a wave, so get your hands in the air and wave back to her. You'll notice as he's taxiing along that he's actually going from side to side. This is because of the angle of the aeroplane. He's got absolutely no forward vision. So he has to go one way then the other so he can see where he's going. As he gets to take off, if you have a look, you'll see that Emma will actually turn herself upside down and she will be taking off in the rig upside down.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. This is just a polite reminder that there is to be no drones flown on the showground. There is no drones flown on the showground. Thank you very much.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the Stearman now is off down the runway with the smoke going, and hopefully if you look very carefully, you'll see that Emma is actually upside down in the rig on takeoff. She'll then swing round, and Dave's going to climb to about 250 feet and then perform a series of aerobatics for you. The aeroplane that we use for the wing walking is a Boeing Stearman. This was used for training purposes in the US. After the war, they were then put into use as crop sprayers and also for a lot of aerobatic flying. They have a 450 Pratt & Whitney horsepower engine, and they have a 9-foot variable pitch prop, which will make that lovely sound that you can hear as they're flying along. As you can see, he's coming up now, and very soon you'll see the smoke go on as he performs his first manoeuvre. Flying the aeroplane today is Dave Barrell, and on the wing is Emma. Emma is in her 4th year of wing walking and is equally at home, leading, following, or performing a dynamic solo routine, which is what she's doing today. She's performed over 100 air displays across 4 countries. Last October saw her performing with Aerobatic at an air show in China. She is a marathon runner, shark cage diver, kite surfer, skydiver, and a wing walking adrenaline junkie. Her most enjoyable moves to perform on the wing include pulling 4G whilst upside down in a handstand during a barrel roll, and climbing up from the cockpit onto the wing during flight. She's been dancing since the age of 3 in a variety of genres, such as ballet and jazz, and the training in dance has helped her to execute the particular positions on the wing, such as the arabesque pose, and engage in her core in moves such as the goose pass, which you will all see later. Our pilot today is David Barrell. David is our chief air display pilot, and he is actually this is his 18th year of flying wing walking. He initially studied engineering at Anglia Ruskin University at Cambridge, and then commenced flying training at Marshall's Aerospace under the guidance of Marshall's test pilots. He displayed natural ability and flew solo in less than 6 hours. Completing his course within a few months, he went on to fly various single and multi-engine aircraft. He spent time in the US, where he flew North American AT6 Harvards and Piper J3 Club floatplanes. He joined the team in 2006, with his first show was flown at Old Warden, and has been flying for Aerobatic ever since. So he's coming around now, and very shortly, as I say, you'll see the smoke go on, and he will start his display sequence. Smoke is on, and now he's coming down into the first of a series of maneuvers, and this one is the loop. So at the bottom of the loop, you're pulling about 4G, so that means you feel 4 times heavier than you would do normally. And there we go, over into another loop. Coming down. And pulling up into a stall turn. Over it goes. Now when you're standing on the wing, all you can see while this is going is the world goes round. It is the most amazing sight. And over into a roll. So if you think you would like to have a go at this, Aerobatic offers you one of the most exhilarating flying experiences of a lifetime. You can have a flight on one of these lovely aeroplanes. Flown by one of the wing walking display pilots, you would take to the skies on the top of one of the Stearman. You'll experience an exciting series of flypasts, zoom climbs, steep dives, and banks in front of your family and friends that you bring along on the day. At the moment, we are the only venue in the world to offer full aerobatic rides to the public. The aircraft climbs to about 2,500 feet and then follows a series of aerobatics, including loops, stall turns, and aileron rolls. It is a fabulous experience. We're also the only provider in the world to offer formation flights to the public, where you can fly on the wing in close formation with a family member or a friend of the other aircraft. If you'd like to book this, you can go online to www.gowingwalking.com or www.aerosuperbatics.com. So by all means, go onto our website and have a look. He's now going to come down and do a series of pass, a lot lower and slower. So this is when you've got some good photo opportunities. And also, please get your hands in the air because Emma can see you from up there and she loves it if you wave back at her. If you look closely now, you see Emma was actually, she's upside down in the rig again, so she just swung back round again. So this rig is unique to Aerosuperbatics, and it actually moves 180 degrees. But believe you me, it takes quite a lot of hard work when you're doing 140, 150 miles an hour and you're trying to kick that rig round. So these young ladies are extremely fit and able, and they work really, really hard. So here it comes again, really nice pass, and keep waving, ladies and gentlemen. So I think the next time they come round, you'll find that Emma, she actually does a climb down whilst they're in the air. So she will climb down and you will see she will be sitting on the front of the aeroplane, no longer in the rig. You can also see Miss Helen is just taxiing out, which is the P-51 Mustang. So yes, you can see she's just sitting now on the front of the aeroplane in what they call the goose position. And the next time they come round, she will have moved to the rear of the aeroplane. So this is what they call reverse goose. So she'll be standing at the back of the aeroplane.
So the field gun crew preparing to do their last.
So once again, give her a huge wave. You see, she's waving to you from the back of the aeroplane.
This is a reminder that it's about to be a loud bang. Start the run.
And when she comes back this time, you'll notice she's come down even lower and she'll actually be standing on the cockpit.
Get to the far wall, the limber and the gun go up and over the wall.
So this is your last chance to give her a big wave before she actually gets down into the cockpit, ready for landing. So let's give her one huge, great big wave and round of applause for Emma and Dave, the Aerobatics wing walking team.
The team takes to the knees once again. For the last time this afternoon, the team completed the first action. Taking this moment to recompose themselves before going up and over the wall, back across the chasm, and standing by for the second action.
They've got to carry it over the wall now.
2000 goes Sky. First member of the team to cross the peloton on the run back.
Now we've got up for your Miss Helen the P51 Mustang.
Team out there for the last time today to call the large member of the team, Josh, with a 10-foot pole across the chasm. Give you a big round of applause before he crosses that chasm. Here he goes. Down goes Josh, down goes the chasm pole. As the team take to a knee and complete the second action, which would
If you blink, you're going to miss this. Give him a wave as they go past.
So this is the amazing North American P51D Mustang being presented for you today by the brilliant John Dodd. He knows this airplane inside and out, as you will so easily see from his display. Really, really polished display. So another example of where you maintain the energy, you turn speed into height and then height back into speed, keeping the power at a relatively high setting. So you'll get a whistling from the Mustang, and it's the sound of the wind whistling through the gun ports. There's 3 gun ports on each wing, and it makes a very distinct whistle. So the Mustang came about because it was we were looking to purchase additional fighters at the start of the war from the Americans, and approached North America and asked them to build under license P-40s, Curtiss P-40s, and North American turned around and said, no, we'll go one better and we design our own airplane. And they came up with the prototype Mustang 102 days later.
And the first really long-range fighter that could escort bombers right the way to their targets in Germany and back.
So the original Merlins were fitted with an Allison engine, very good engine, but ran out of puff, only a single-stage supercharger, and would run out of puff at high altitude. And it wasn't until they fit the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine, later built out by Packard under license, that the legend in front of you, the P-51D, was born. It's a sort of 1,650 horsepower, making the whole thing look so effortless. So there's that distinct whistle I was talking about. There's another interesting fact about the Mustang is underneath you'll see there's a large radiator scoop that appears to protrude into the airstream, but it was designed in such a way that a certain amount of ram air would provide sufficient thrust to offset the drag produced. Okay, so he's now joining up with the Spitfire. We're looking for a pass or two, so the Mustang and the Spitfire. Both similar engines, Rolls-Royce Merlins, although, as I say, the Mustang has a Packard built under license, 60 series, although the Spitfire is fitted with a 70 series Merlin.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the top of the arena, TS Tenacity marching bands are now marching into the arena. And this is a local youth cadet group.
Here they come round for their first pass. Look at that. How close are they? So that's the Mustang now going off home, and we're left now with our Spitfire.
Yes, so John Dodd taking the Mustang back to where they live over at Duxford in Cambridgeshire. Probably be there in about 40 minutes. So now we've got Neil Parkinson displaying Spitfire RR232. So both Neil and the Spitfire are based at Goodwood with Spitfires.com. As I was saying earlier, RR232 is one of 5 Mark 9s that are based over there. The other single-seater Mark 9 being the Silver Spitfire you may have seen recently that did the round-the-world trip back in 2019.
There's also you guys that were at Leon Solent last year. That was flying over there.
Yeah, so as I say, we attend Leon Solent a fair bit during the year, yeah. So as well as flying the Spitfire, you'll often find Neil, he also flies private jets for extremely rich people out of Biggin Hill. Also, you'll often find him at the controls of anything aerobatic. Harvard, he's got his own pitch special as well. So Neil is the chief pilot at Spitfires.com, and he also brings in the squadron dog, Chewy, who's a Labradoodle and just adorable. Beautiful victory roll there. Magnificent purr of the Merlin engine, V12, 27 litre engine, again sort of 1650 horsepower or so. So again, a bit like some of the airplanes you saw earlier, the Spitfire marked up in the black and white D-Day invasion stripes. I don't know if anyone got a chance to see the Spitfire up close, but they appear to be very hastily applied, which is authentic because they were very hastily applied. Because of course the invasion was secret, and so at the last minute everyone was told to paint the black and white stripes on the whole squadron.
There's his wing waggle, give him a wave.
So that's probably his last pass, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful Spitfire.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the end of your air show. Thank you so much for being with us this weekend. If you was here yesterday and you're here today. So from your commentating team, which is Michael Moon, Mickey Moon, who's in the tent at the moment performing because he's also a singer, and from Martin here, who's from Spitfire.com, who's been absolutely amazing, and our amazing FCC here, Martin, as well. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you guys. My name's been Roy Coombs. Thank you very much for a great weekend and for supporting us, and hopefully we'll see you again soon.
So ladies and gentlemen, even though that's the end of the flying, there's still plenty more to see. The arena events, etc. So do stay around for a while.
Yeah, so at the moment in the marquee tent, we've got All in the Swing, which is my mate Mickey Moons over there with his wife Grace. At 5 o'clock, we've got Tambay Harvey. At 6, you've got the compares, so that'll be me, the lovely Jennifer Pucker-Lummis, Michael Moon and Grace, and we'll be doing a few songs and a bit of messing around, really. And then that'll be the end of the show. We'll be shut at 8 o'clock this evening. But again, thanks so much for joining us. It's been a great weekend.
So the guys are always up and down the coast. They're usually aerobatic off the Solent.
Yes.
Between us and Rye.
Yes.
So it's
Yes. Oh no, it will be great to see you again.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think they're looking to do the 80th.
VE and VJ.
So
Yeah, so it's Lee Victory, isn't it?
Same time next year.
Well, it's September, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you know, but another one next year will be splendid.
I suppose September means the VJ Day is set to safely over. Right, I'm going to go.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate.
Take care.
See you again.
Cheers, Martin. Ta-da.
Successful.
Mate, that was bloody brilliant. I loved it. It was great. It all went really well. I think we worked well as a
little team.
Yeah.
It is the end of the air display there. We'll still be playing this leading, but it's normal operations, no more display.
Is that Uzi's stuff?
I found that on my motorbike. I'll tell you what, I'll have it. It's a bit dirty, but I'll have it for my glasses because if they're fit, I'll stick them in.
Right, I'm going to go.
Yeah, someone tucked it on my motorbike, and it's like, well, that's not mine, but I did like the fact that someone tucked on my motorbike.
Right,
Mate, I'll come and see you in the tent.
Yes, I'll be over there.
You fellas,
I'm going to go get some fish and chips or something.
Yes.
Some stuff.
They're beautiful. I just had some.
See you later, Stacey. Thank you.
You done for the weekend, is it?
That's us done. Thank you very much for all your help and assistance.
No problem.
Absolute great professionals as always.